Okay, good morning to everyone. I would like to welcome you to the Board of Supervisors meeting for November 4th. And I would ask Pastor Irish here. There you are. You're not sitting in your normal place. Ask that we all please rise and join Pastor Bob Irish of the Calvary Chapel of Ventura in the invocation.
Good morning. Shall we pray? Our Father in heaven, thank you that we get to live in one of the most beautiful parts of your creation, this earth. And Lord, pray this morning that you would guide these men and women who have the responsibility of overseeing this great county of Ventura. And Lord, ask that your will would be accomplished and that you'd be blessed. And we pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Supervisor Flynn. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second on the minutes. Seeing no one objecting, they will stand approved. Agenda review.
Madam Chair, members of the board, you have an addendum, item number 34, that will be for a time certain at 10 o'clock. The subject is the yacht club down at the harbor. If you'd like to make a presentation. Item 22, there's a correction that should relieve everyone that the meeting is at 1:30 p.m., not a.m.
Oh, good. I was really worried about it staying overnight.
Yes, a sheet went out on that. And I've had two late questions raised in the auditor's office on items 23 and 27, so I request that those be continued to next week.
Okay, board agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
yeah, I'd just like to make comments on item 10 before we approve the consent calendar.
Okay, item 10. Anyone else on agenda review? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and have the comments on item 10. Do I have any cards on the consent? Okay.
There we go. Just like to point out for the board that the item 10 deals with the organ procurement program, and that we have a crisis in this country, a crisis here in Ventura County, in terms of the whole organ procurement issue. So I certainly support this and applaud us moving forward, but I'm just trying to take this opportunity to encourage all of us in our roles as supervisors and being sort of the providers of last resort and very, very much involved in medical care to try to do everything we can to try to increase people's awareness of this problem and try to find the fixes that we need out there for this problem, because we literally have people dying in this county and in this country simply because they can't get the organ transplant. It doesn't have to be that way. In other countries, they've been able to find solutions. We have not been able to stumble on that yet. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Okay. I have my donor sticker on my driver's license. So, with that, motion on the consent agenda. I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Comments? Seeing none, the motion carries. Next item is item 6, public comment. Thank you. Okay, citizen presentations regarding county-related matters not appearing on this agenda. Marlo Graves? Mark Graves? Mark, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I've been a little hassled the last few days, so you'll just have to bear with me today.
I hope your surgery went well.
My husband's surgery went very well.
Or your husband's. Hi, my name's Mark Graves. I'm the president of Channel Islands Marina Boaters Association and Channel Islands Marina Boaters LLC. It's been about a year now. If you remember, a brief chronology here might help you. Around January 3rd, we were first evicted at CIM. That was a Saturday. I believe it was the 3rd. We organized. We opened up a web discussion group on the internet. By Monday, we had front page media as a direct result of our efforts. 1 week later, on Saturday, we had 250 people at a meeting where Mr. Flynn was kind enough to show up and promise us that the evictions would not go through. We could stay there. In hindsight, there were 2 evictions and a lot of trauma, but we are there. Also, within a couple of weeks, we raised about $8,000 to form an LLC and formally bid for CIM ourselves, the voters. And we believe we put in the best bid where the county gets the most money. But I did come before the board in January and speak for the first time. And if you go back in the records and look, I think you'll find that I pleaded with the board not to allow CIM to go down the path of many lawsuits and perhaps be tied up in court for 10 years like Ventura Harbor. But currently, it's gone down that path where the Farrells have sued for $3.5 million. I guess the county countersued them or something. We had to sue the Farrells for our key deposits. Within a week or so, we collected $32,000 that they sent the county. But we did a preliminary accounting and found that it's about 25% in error, and it's in the Farrells' favor. So we asked Ms. Krager to send out a letter and get an exact accounting of how many keys people have. We also found out that the Farrells charged some people double the money for the keys. So we sued the Farrells for that and other things, and they countersued the county, I believe. And even if a bidder is picked, depending on how it works, for CIM, it could end up with more lawsuits and stuff. To me, it's a quite simple thing to put out a legal RFP, look at the best bidder, what's best for the county and the people, and go with it. But, I think things that you deal with are much more complex in some way. We've invited all the board members, and I made a mistake. I should have invited Mr. Johnny Johnson also to come down to CIM, and view things with his own eyes, not just maintenance, but the overall situation. And Linda Parks was kind enough to come down, John Flynn. Mr. Steve Bennett said he'll be touching base with us this week. And I'd like to invite the rest of you, even the county council, if he wants to come down. But I think if you actually look at CIM and look at the situation there and take the best bidder from the RFP, you're going to go with the voters getting the marina. We're not pocketing 50 cents on the dollar in profits. We want to reinvest it in the best possible rebuild as fast as possible. And no other company can even has the desire to do the rebuild that we want to do, but without standing there and pointing out things to you, you won't have a true picture of that. So I do hope all of you come down. And if you do go with the voters and give them the lease in the end, the Farrells will drop their suit because we offered them a 5% of gross royalty. That more than satisfies the money they want. We're the voters that have the other suit. We have all the power to drop that, and we would. And therefore, all this mess that's been created over a year can come to an end. And what's in it for the county? Under the proposal, the county walks away with over 70% more money than your own RFP called for. So in closing, all I'd ask is that the other board members, and Mr. Johnny Johnson at least, would take the time to come down in the immediate future and tour CIM with us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Evan Hughes.
I have no comments, Madam Chairman. I'm the presenter for the Channel Islands presentation.
Okay. They handed it to me under the wrong item. Sorry, no problem. Jonathan Ziv.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson, Mr. C., good morning. This week, actually yesterday morning, I emailed and or faxed a communication regarding the boating center, the proposed boating instruction and safety center at Channel Islands Harbor to all of the Board of Supervisors members. And I decided to come down and summarize what I stated in the letter because I wasn't sure that all of you would have had a chance to review that communication from yesterday. Basically, in light of the revelations that came out at last week's ERRC committee meeting that was held in this room last Wednesday, it appears that data that the EIR preparer on the Boating Instruction and Safety Center relied upon to draw conclusions that the east side sites are no longer appropriate for the BISC. Those conclusions were based solely on faulty data that was supplied by an engineering consultant. And I have that detailed in the communication to you, so I'm not going to deal in detail with that point this morning. However, the long and the short of it is that the east side sites are very much indeed still on the table as a result of the consultant's findings. There's a very important and time-sensitive consideration that is now before the board, and actually a wonderful opportunity to save a tremendous amount of time and money regarding the Boating Instruction and Safety Center. And that is that the ERRC committee last week ordered the Harbor Department and their EIR preparer to respond to comments regarding the Cisco site. That site historically was not considered as an alternative for the Boating Instruction and Safety Center because it had a long-term lease on it at the time that the BISC was conceived. That situation changed in spring of this year, and Cisco's actually offers perhaps the very best alternative site to the county in terms of meeting the Boating and Waterways funding deadline. I'll go over that later if I have time this morning, but what I wanted to suggest to the board, and once again it is in the communication that I sent to you, that with the ERRC's order to the harbor director to actually respond to the Cisco issue by this Friday, we have that deadline, the board has an opportunity to have Cisco's included in the present EIR. They can piggyback it on the present contract. There would be no need to order an additional study on the Cisco site, and you could save a tremendous amount of money and time by simply suggesting to the Harbor Department and their EIR preparer this week that rather than just brushing off the Cisco site in their response, they actually include a fair evaluation of Cisco in the present EIR. It'd be very simple to do. The two properties are contiguous. Site 7 and Cisco are within feet of each other. All of the environmental impacts associated with the Site 7 could be applied to Cisco with one major exception, and that is that the land use designation on Cisco allows a Boating Instruction and Safety Center clearly without a Public Works Plan amendment. And there are no view corridors on the Cisco site, nor is there any biology on the Cisco site, nor is there any public opposition to the Cisco site. It would be a great site to keep in your hip pocket. No obligation to consider this site, but if this opportunity to have Cisco's included by this Friday is lost, trying to come back and reconsider that site later could be very costly and time-consuming. Anyway, that was my comments this morning, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. One last thing. I did want to point out to you that in closed session today, you do have the Channel Islands Marina lease as on the agenda. The boating center location in the county's preferred site certainly impacts that parcel. And so there may be an opportunity today to discuss what I've suggested with you with the harbor director. And of course, there's plenty of opportunities this week to discuss with the harbor director as well. So there is enough time to catch this omission and correct it before Friday. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. That's all the cards I have.
Can I ask a question on that?
Oh, certainly.
I'm not sure. Is it correct that the Environmental Report Review Committee has asked that it be included, the Cisco site?
I assume so. I don't have any personal knowledge.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Excuse me, sir. Your time's up. Yes.
I asked this question yesterday of the harbor director, which was, can the Cisco site, can the response of the Cisco site be such that it could actually then become considered as alternative? And the response that I got was that she was going to check into that and find out whether that was the case or not. So she wanted to confirm with council and with the other people whether she can appropriately do that. That's the question I asked.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just a question on that to County Council. Friday is the deadline, according to Dr. Zhu, that if we want to stay within a time frame of a contract with the person who formed who did the EIR.
That's my understanding. I did not attend the IRC hearing, and I haven't had a report back on it, so I really can't give your board much guidance about what happened at that hearing.
If what Dr. Ziv is suggesting is added, or the board wants to contemplate it and discuss it, how would that happen since it's needed by Friday?
Well, your board has previously addressed the problem of delays in citing the BISC with respect to the funding, and I don't know, the harbor director will undoubtedly be able to advise your board about what the impact on that funding would be if the environmental review process were again delayed.
The review process is controlled by the number of days, right? Can those be extended? These are rhetorical questions maybe she can deal with.
Okay, any further questions on that? Okay, I have no further cards under public comment. Board comments. Supervisor Long, want to start with you?
Okay, yes. Good morning, thank you. Couple of things I'd like to bring up. One is an article in the paper today regarding the FEMA office opening, and I was there yesterday, and they have a good space and all of the appropriate agencies across the board, federal, state, local there. Good representation and briefing took place, and actually did have some folks come into the office for assistance. There is an 800 line that's been set up also, and I understand it's being used quite readily for response. And I have asked staff to do some work to bring to our board the opportunity, as we have in the past, a letter that will assist, I think, with homeowners and those who've been impacted by this in both a streamlining process and permit process. So I'll be working on that. The other thing that I'd like to just note, provided to you from our ledge analyst, Ms. Hughes, the Local Taxpayer and Public Safety Protection Act, which is the initiative that CSAC and the League of California Cities has sent to the AG for work to put on the ballot in March. I would like to bring this, I will do my best to bring this next Tuesday for the board's consideration, because we have a CSAC conference the following week, and it certainly will be brought to the full board of directors and discussed for our level of support and commitment to this initiative. So just to, if you haven't had a chance to review it, it was sent out to you from Sue Hughes, please do so, and then I'd like to have a discussion next week so I would know what to anticipate going into the CSAC meeting with. Last item I have is a journey memory list that I'll submit for the record. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you. Just two things. One, obviously we're all delighted to have the fires under control in Ventura County and in all of Southern California. And I know we have a presentation later today sort of for firefighters overall, sort of an annual presentation. But I would certainly like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate all the firefighters and other public safety people, the deputy sheriffs, and everybody that was involved in this. I see Chris Mann out there in the audience, and I hope you'll pass that on to the firefighters. But I know this has been a horrendous 2 weeks in terms of exhaustion for everybody, and the compliments that we're getting from everybody is just reinforces our belief about how professional you are. In particular, I had a number of people that work with multiple agencies be especially complimentary of the professionalism of Ventura County's agency, so I hope you'll pass that on. Then there are two people in particular I'd like to call out in adjourning in memory. One of them is a real legend in the Ojai Valley, Charlotte Bronstein of Ojai. She was a philanthropist, an actress, a director, writer, teacher. She launched the Ojai Shakespeare Festival 20 years ago. It's been extremely successful. She was known for her storytelling at the Ojai Valley Library. In 1995, she was the Ojai Citizen of the Year. She received a Lifetime Achievement Award in the Arts and was named a Living Treasure by the Rotary Club. In addition, the National Women's Political Caucus recognized her as one of 11 Women of the Year in 2003. And then Carl Alvin Ryerson of Ventura was a founding member of NAMI of Ventura County, and he was an enthusiastic advocate of the mentally ill, determined to get NAMI off the ground and running, and he and his wife Betty opened up their own home and maintained it as a board and care facility for residents with mental illness from 1984 to 1992. He was a tireless and dependable volunteer, and we're going to miss both of those people and the other people on this list. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Flynn. Okay, Supervisor Parks.
Just request that the board close in memory of the people on this list. Thank you.
Okay. And I too would have not yet had an opportunity to thank all of the firefighting personnel, public safety personnel, and certainly all of the county family for the responses to the fire. Unfortunately, I was in Tucson, and when the fire started, I tried to get back and couldn't. There were no flights available, and by the time I found one flight that would take me to Chicago and back to Los Angeles, they had closed the airport. But the fire department and my staff were extremely good about keeping me informed on a almost minute by minute, hour by hour basis as I sat down there biting my fingernails and watching the news, much like everyone else. It was an extremely frustrating situation, but on the other hand, in watching the news and talking to fire personnel and to my own staff who were out in the field both days, I'm extremely proud of the work that was done. And most of you have probably gotten adjusted to the new look of the county. However, I flew in last night. My husband had total hip replacement surgery, and I left to come back for the meeting, and I've got to go back tonight. But in coming in, it was an extreme shock because I didn't live through it, and all I saw was the devastation and how close the fire came to homes and the amount of damage that was done and the crop damage and et cetera. And of course saw then coming this way this morning some more of the fire. Hopefully by next week I'll be able to get a tour from the fire department to find out exactly what happened within the county. But in talking to people down in Tucson who don't know necessarily what I do for a living, their comments were extremely kind, and they talked about the hard work of everyone on the fire lines and how exhausted the firefighters must be, and the fact that we had firefighters somewhere else and Monterey had firefighters here, and you know, it was just such an incredible crisis. But as always, Ventura County came through extremely well and with flying colors and a lot of pride. And so my thanks to all, and to all of you who were here. I'm glad you're all breathing better. My staff said they could no longer smell the smoke. It just about knocked me over when I got to Simi, so I guess everybody's used to it but me. But again, thank you, and to fire personnel, thank you for keeping me so well updated while I was trying to get back and just couldn't do it. Then when I could have gotten back, then the roads were closed, so it was not a real good situation. On a happy note, my husband is doing extremely well. He was up and walking the night of surgery and is home and walking around, and he still needs some care, so I'm going back down tonight. But I felt it was important to be here for the board meeting. So with that, I also have a list of adjourn in memories, and the one that I will call out, this is a little unusual, but considering we're a huge family in Southern California who went through a bad experience, and I have just commented on our Ventura firefighters, I would like the board to adjourn in memory of Stephen Rucker. He was the firefighter from Novato lost in the Julian fire. So I think that that would be very appropriate since we were all in this together. Okay, and with that, we will, I guess, move on to item 23. Oh, certainly.
In addition to the fine work of the fire and police departments, I would like to acknowledge the work of Marty Robinson, who acted in my place this week while Dr. Durand and I were at a hospital conference, and Tom Womack, who both of them kind of helped staff the Emergency Operating Center, along with Sue Hughes, who helped coordinate the briefings and see to it that whatever federal and state help available was brought in.
Okay. Yes, and I'm afraid I went over that too quickly. I said in all of the county family, and certainly Marty called me on a regular basis as well from the EOC to keep me updated, and I spoke with Tom Womack, so it was greatly appreciated. And those are the things that the public doesn't see what's going on. You know, the firefighters are out on the line, and the public safety personnel, the sheriffs and the police are out there, but you don't think about, the public never sees all of the work that it takes to coordinate an effort like we had last week. So thank you for bringing that up. Okay, with that, it's 9 a.m., and I guess we will go to item, let's see, we pulled item 23. So item 24, Healthcare Agency. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Johnson, Mike Powers, DCMC Hospital Administrator. We're delighted to bring this item to you today. This is an MOU with the Children's Hospital of LA, and it represents an agreement whereby they will provide us with funding and technology for telemedicine services, which will allow our physicians at the hospital in the pediatric and neonatal intensive care unit to have access to children's pediatric specialists. And most importantly, this will allow us to treat more kids here in the county, rather than having them have to be transferred to facilities outside the county, creating additional strain on the kids and their families. So we're very excited to present this to you today. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Comments?
Yeah, I'm enthusiastic about this. I think this is just a great program, a chance to have the children stay here closer to their siblings and their family and all that other stuff. And then they donate the equipment at the end. And I mean, that's just $50,000
worth of equipment.
That's a great program. Nice job.
Incredible. And you know, I've seen this done in demonstrations in other areas, and to think that we'll have this capacity here is truly incredible. And we do serve a tough population, and so to be able to bring these specialists here and keep the children here, terribly important to the families. Running back and forth to Children's is not easy on a lot of these. It's not easy on anyone, but on our population it can be extremely tough. So good work. Really proud of that. Okay.
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? I doubt it. Thank you. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 25 is Human Services Agency. Director, acceptance and approval of a grant award from Stewart Foundation. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm excited to we're very pleased to bring this item to you. This is acceptance and approval of a grant from the Stewart Foundation. It's funds that we can use in initiating the family-to-family initiative that is going on in the children welfare system at this point in time. It's one of 3 major initiatives that are going on within the children welfare systems, that being the PIP, which is the Performance Improvement Plan from the federal government, the redesign for the state, and this is one initiative of that, the family-to-family initiative. The funds are given to us, and we're able to use those as a one-to-one match on the federal portion of our claim with the children's welfare funds of federal dollars. So we're able to match and double the money, basically, in order to initiate this activity within the agency at no cost to the county. If we perform as planned, we could have these funds for up to 3 years and maximize and also match it for the same period of time. The programs outlined basically within the letter. If you have any comments or questions at this time, I'd be more than happy to entertain those.
Okay, any questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were due for some good news, and these two in a row, what we just had last time, and this, I mean, $600,000 coming in is just great, and really want to compliment staff. But my question, item 1, you list on the last page of the report the objectives listed are contemplated for year 1. 3 primary strategies will be the ongoing focus of the grant, and the first one I'm really fired up about, and that's the recruitment, training, and licensure and support of foster families. And is that going to be a continuation of what we're currently doing, or is that going to be new programs that we're not aware of at this point in time?
This would be taking well, we do a certain level of recruitment this time. This is to improve upon that network and increase the network of foster families.
So the goal is to increase the number of foster families.
That is correct.
But is this going to support new recruitment programs or ongoing recruitment programs?
Well, I believe it's an extension of the ongoing program that we have at this time.
An expansion of it?
I would believe so.
Okay, all right. If somebody could get back with me, I'd like to know, do we have is there going to be another effort, or is there going to be an expansion of the current effort, or is there going to be a new novel approach? I'd like to have that.
We'll get back
Great,
to you.
thanks a lot.
Do we have an answer now? Certainly, please.
Thanks for the acknowledgement of the good news item. We appreciate that. The family-to-family strategies around recruitment, retention, and support are an expansion of the current efforts that are primarily funded by First Five. The family-to-family initiative will allow us to first start with some self-evaluation to look and see where we really need to focus our efforts, and then reach out into those neighborhoods that need additional foster families. We're going to be asking our foster families to work with us in a little different ways to help reunify families where possible. But our effort is to have sufficient numbers of foster families so that when we do have to remove children from their homes, that they can stay in their neighborhood, go to their same schools, keep their friends, and reduce some of the disruption that the foster care system causes.
I think I'm hearing you say that we're going to try to target the recruitment to be in the areas where the children are.
And it will expand our current efforts. It
Great.
will not replace our current efforts.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. With that, any other questions?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Next item is item 26, approval of the retiree health benefit program rates and contracts for 04. I don't even know what year it is.
Good morning, Supervisor Michaels, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. I'm Claire Turner, Human Resources Benefits Manager. This past September, you approved health plan rates for our active employees for the 2004 plan year. Today, we ask your approval for the retiree health plans and rates for the 2004 program year. The non-Medicare eligible retirees participating in the county program have the same medical plan options as active employees. Currently, these plans are the Ventura County Health Care Plan and the Blue Cross plans. Participating Medicare eligible retirees are enrolled in either the Secure Horizons plan options or the Blue Cross Medicare primary plan options. Recommendation 1 asks for your approval for the 2004 benefit plan changes to the Ventura County Health Care Plan as previously approved for active employees, and to approve the Secure Horizon plan options for 2004 with no proposed benefit changes. Recommendation 2 asks that your board approve the 2004 program year, the new Pacificare plans for both Medicare and non-Medicare eligible retirees, to replace the Blue Cross plans. The same Pacificare HMO and PPO plans as offered for active employees would be provided to non-Medicare eligible retirees, and 2 Pacificare Medicare supplement plan options would be offered to Medicare-aged retirees. The supplement plans vary by the level of prescription drug coverage. The summaries of the plan benefits are provided in attachments 1, 2, and 3 of the board letter. Retirees participate in the same dental and vision plans as active employees. These plans are the Delta Dental and Golden West plans, and it is recommended that these plans continue for 2004 with no changes in benefit coverage. Recommendation 3, ask that your board approve the medical, dental, and vision plan rates as shown in attachment 4. Approximately one-half of the current participating retirees in the county program will be impacted by the 2004 medical carrier change from Blue Cross to Pacific Care. Recommendation 4, ask that your board approve a one-time medical plan re-enrollment period for all the program participants to select the medical plan that best fits their needs. And finally, Recommendation 5, ask that your board approve the Director of Human Resources to sign the necessary plan agreements with our health plan vendors upon approval of legal sufficiency by County Council. Be happy to answer any questions on the matter.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And I'm sure the retirees thank you for all that work as well. Yes, sir? You have a comment? Okay, we continued 27, yes.
I'd just like to make clear for those out there in probation land listening that my request for this to be continued 1 week is in no way implies that my recommendation for the implementation of the program will change or the date that it will change. It's just some of the mechanics that I learned, or at least the question was raised last night at 5:30, and I have not had the opportunity to verify it so that I can be sure that it's being implemented in the most effective way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Item 28 is a policy matter, and that is my recommendation that the board reappoint Supervisor Kathy Long to the Board of Directors of the California State Association of Counties. I think we all feel and understand that Supervisor Long has done yeoman's work at CSAC in representing this board, and given all that's going on right now and the fact that she's chair of Government Finance and Operations Policy Committee, that it would be good to keep the continuity, and she has agreed to the pain and agony for another year. So that would be my recommendation and my motion.
I'd second the motion. I'd point out this is a pretty thankless job, but,
Yeah.
but a pretty important job. Not pretty, it is an important job. It's important for us to stay plugged into that organization and the impact it has on state legislation, which then directly impacts us. And so not a lot of people are willing to, not a lot of supervisors are willing to do this stuff, so my compliments, and I'd second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Yes, ma'am?
I would just comment, not only does it keep us plugged in, it also gives us a great resource tool, and to have someone well influenced in that organization will help us when we want something to brought forward. So it's nice to have someone who's interested in being in there, and thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly Supervisor Long always brings back very detailed reports and keeps us up to date verbally as well. So, yes, ma'am?
Well, I appreciate the support. I just certainly want to thank Sue Hughes, because she helps to keep us all on top of the legislative agendas that move through CSAC and Urban County Caucus, and she's a tremendous help. So
Okay.
appreciation to her. Thank you.
Okay, so noted. Any other comments? I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. You got it for another year. Congratulations, I think. Okay, item 29 is a recommendation of Supervisor Parks. Would you like to present your item?
Yes, this is kind of a bit of a surprise. This is a request that the board take into receipt a check for $25,000 from Pardee Homes, and this is to for their full and complete satisfaction of Pardee Homes' share of the cost and repairs of Deer Hill Road and Oak Park. Pardee Homes was not required to put any money towards the repair of Deer Hill Road. It had been received some deterioration, both from standard wear and tear, but also because it was an access road to a couple of subdivisions that Pardee was building. And at the request of our office, based on the concern of some Oak Park residents, we sent a letter and asked Pardee if they would contribute, and we're surprised to find out that they will voluntarily contribute to this. And so it's my pleasure to ask that the board receive the check for $25,000.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Good work. You never know until you ask. Yes, sir. Comments?
Some more good. This is good news day.
Yeah, this is real good news day.
But my compliments for seeking the money out. I think I've seen this happen over and over again, where there's a lot of construction and there is impact on the road and stuff. Could you come into my district and kind of try to do the same thing?
Yeah, and I just have to say, I'm really happy for the staff work on that, John Osterhaven in my office, but also just Party Homes being a good corporate citizen, a good neighbor. I think it says a lot about their business practices.
Okay, thank you. Any opposition to accepting $25,000? Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. And again, thank you for asking the question. That was a good one. Item 30 is Public Works Agency, approval of a resolution authorizing Director of Public Works, et cetera, et cetera. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. John Crowley with the Public Works Agency. This again is a request to apply for an EPA grant that's basically been set aside for the El Rio project, but we've got to go through the formality of applying for it. It's in the amount of $216,800, so we request your board authorize the director to apply for this grant, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? I have a motion.
My question is, my question is, this item could potentially bring us $2.5 million?
No, this item will bring us $216,800.
Okay. The $2.5 million, we expect to complete plans and submit them to state requesting $2.5 million? Is that no, the grant wouldn't be for that. So the state's going to has $2.5 million in addition.
Yeah, what you may be referring to is another grant that we've applied for $2.5 million. That's a state grant. This is an EPA grant.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We have altogether about $6.5 million for the project.
That's correct. Attached to your board presentation is projected funding summary, which doesn't include the $216.8, and it totals to date about $6.6 million.
Thank
you. Okay. Do I have a motion and a second? Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, item 31 is the Sheriff's Department, authorization of purchasing agent to sign a contract with Vision Tech, Inc. Do we have a presentation? Good morning, Dante.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, esteemed CEO, Mr. Johnston.
Steamed or esteemed? Sorry, I just
probably
couldn't
with
resist.
an S. This matter was previously brought to the attention and was approved by the county ITC, of which two members of your board was involved in. This is simply a replacement software that was obtained through BCGIS, which was a federal grant that has been ongoing for at least 5 or 6 years now. This also includes tapping into the borrowing package that your board had previously authorized many years ago to implement the integrated justice information system. There will be a series of board letters in addition to this to seek your board's approval because there are many vendors involved. This particular board letter only involves one vendor, and they have the bulk of the program implementation package.
Okay, any questions? Okay, I have one, and it's just, why did you pick not to exceed 19% of the original contract value for the changes? That just seems like odd. Generally, it's 10% or...
That was discussed, I believe, at the ITC, and that was discussed with ISD and the purchasing. They have had a series of meetings on this, and that was their determination.
Okay. I must not have been at that meeting, but that's okay. It comes with a recommendation of support. So, what's the pleasure of the board? I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. We'll see you again in
Thank
couple
you.
of weeks, I'm sure. Okay, item 32, Treasurer Tax Collector, the Honorable Mr. Larry Matheny.
Good morning, Madam Chairman.
Good morning.
And members of the board, Mr. Johnston. Lawrence Matheny, Treasurer Tax Collector. This item is on for your board to approve a fee that will be charged for transacting electronic check payments over the internet, which is a new feature that ISD is working out the final bugs on to really enhance our ability to transact business over the internet. This is something that I guess I should probably be whispering this because I do not intend to issue a press release. We'd like to go through this installment period maybe with somewhat of a low profile on it so that the inevitable bugs that are in there can be worked out with a minimum muss and fuss, and then provide a big hoopla for the second installment. But this is really an exciting technological change for us because these are all hands-off transactions, and we are seeking to recover the variable costs that we have in the process based upon our estimates of what the volume will be.
Okay, questions?
I would just like to
Yes, ma'am.
ask, I believe it states that it's cheaper than using a credit card, and I was wondering how that is.
Welcome to the wonderful world of banking charges. What we have found is that in the traditional credit card transaction, there are so many different entities that are in the stream of processing those payments and have a right to, well, the issuing bank, as an example, gets a cut out of every transaction. Visa, MasterCard, Discover Card, American Express, all of them, as a credit card company, get a cut out of the transaction. And then there are processes as that card goes through channels where there are different entities that are placed at risk, I guess would be the best way I could describe it, who are compensated for having accepted that risk. So it's a process that is really loaded down with having a lot of channels that the transaction goes through. With the electronic check, an automated clearinghouse check, it is a very direct process that goes from our website through a vendor that we are dealing with directly to the same automated clearinghouse that the banks use to do debits and credits on the accounts. It's very direct, and as a result, to compare using a Visa card versus using this new technology, the Visa card would have a fixed fee of $49.50 for the transaction, no matter what the amount of the transaction is. The e-check will be $1.25 under this proposed fee. We believe that this is the future. There still will be some demand for using credit cards because there will be people who, with cash flow purposes, it'll be difficult for them to come up with the funds in the bank at the time they're doing the transaction to take advantage of the e-check. And there also are people who are attracted by getting frequent flyer miles and other perks through the credit card companies. But we believe that this really opens it up to mainstream Ventura County.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's great to see everyone making an effort to modernize, simplify, whatever, what I call coming out of the cave as county government, and making our business practices as similar as possible to private business practices, and the fact that we're even thinking about saving money for the people we're transacting business with is a very good thing. So thank you for your effort. Do I have a motion? I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Good job. Thanks. Okay, we are, pardon me, at item 33, correspondence. I have a motion and a second to receive and file. No opposition, so it would be ordered. With that, we will take a 5-minute break until we come to our 9:30 time certain. We are done with the main part of the agenda. I'd like for the board members to start working their way back up here. I'm going to call the meeting to order in about 1 minute. Please excuse, we're doing a little catching up as well. With me having been gone for a while, and actually I think Mike's happy I'm here for a day. You know, we got to the point where he was feeling so well that we were arguing over what he should and shouldn't do with this brand new hip. So everything is just normal and perfect. Okay, the first 9:30 item is item 17, and that's a presentation by Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. This is a resolution. It's in honor of Jan Iceland, and if she could come up, I'd just like to read it. It's honoring Jan Iceland for outstanding contributions to the children and families of Ventura County and her service on behalf of District 2 on the First 5 Ventura County Children and Family First Commission. And it reads, whereas Jan Iceland served with distinction as a member of the Children and Families First Commission of Ventura County, now known as First 5 Ventura County, since its inception in 1999 through 2003, and whereas she chaired the Commission's Community Outreach and Education Committee, and whereas her dedication, professionalism, and leadership skills contributed greatly to the success of varied projects, such as the development of a marketing plan for the Neighborhood for Learning Endeavor, the design and launch of a website, the volunteer recognition event, the writing of logo usage guidelines, and the transition plan for the name change to First 5. And whereas Jan Iceland's commitment to bettering the lives of Ventura County children is brightly evidenced through her tireless work since 1991 as a school board member for the Oak Park Unified School District. Therefore, the Board of Supervisors does commend and congratulate Jan Iceland for dedicating so much of her intelligence and passion to civic involvement to benefit residents of Ventura County. And I just also want to comment, you know, we're fortunate to have Jan on the Oak Park Unified School District, and I know she also takes great pride in being able to see the Neighborhood for Learning Center in Oak Park, to, you know, to see it from the inception to where it is now. And I'd ask that if you'd like to make some brief comments, and I'll come down and present this to you.
Supervisor Parks and entire Board of Supervisors, thank you very much. I was really surprised, and I really appreciate this, and I appreciate the opportunity to continue serving until you could seat my replacement.
Matt. Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to add some comments in appreciation for Jan's excellent work with the Commission. Having served on it from its inception with Jan, she brought both her school district experience, her many roles in the community, and vision that she's had for children as she's served all these years in the school district. So I truly enjoyed serving with her. She was a great contributor to both vision and belief in the dreams we're trying to build for children with First 5. So thanks, Jan. Enjoyed working with you immensely.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Long.
Any other comments? Again, congratulations. And now to item 18, which is a 9:30 time certain as well. I would like to present, and I'm sure Chris Mann and company, I don't know the other people's names if they're coming up. Pardon me. I'll let them introduce themselves. But this is the presentation of a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Ventura County and an honorary proclamation recognizing MDA Firefighter Appreciation Week, November 16 through 30, 2003. Whereas the firefighters have been working with Muscular Dystrophy Association, MDA, in their fight against neuromuscular disease for over 45 years. And whereas in 2002, the United States firefighters raised more than $13 million throughout the country in support of MDA's many causes, and whereas through their daily service to communities and their dedication to the Muscular Dystrophy Association, our local firefighters contribute greatly to the well-being of all citizens. Whereas in honor of the effort of our local firefighters, the Muscular Dystrophy Association is sponsoring November 16 through 30, 2003 as Firefighter Appreciation Week. Now therefore be it resolved that Ventura County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims November 16 through 30, 2003 as MDA Firefighters Appreciation Week to honor the dedicated service and contribution of all firefighters to the citizens of Ventura County and to the Muscular Dystrophy Association, passed and adopted this day. And this was just perfect timing to be able to honor the firefighters for other work that they do, given what has happened the last couple of weeks. And it was already on the schedule, so I think it's a perfect opportunity for all of us to again say thank you for the other work that our firefighting personnel do on behalf of the community and the county. And with that, if you will introduce yourself and say a few words, I'll bring this resolution down.
Sure. My name is Lisa Sierra, and I'm the program coordinator for the Mid-State chapter of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. And this is Megan Fay, also in our office. And I just am so happy to be here so that we can really recognize our firefighters for everything that they have done for us. They have long been our heroes since they have actually been working with the Muscular Dystrophy Association since the 1950s. And as you mentioned there, have raised millions of dollars for us. And on behalf of the Muscular Dystrophy Association and the 650 families that we serve in the Tri-Counties area, thank you very much.
I'd just like to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about neuromuscular diseases and really how debilitating they are and how they really rob people of life. I want to point out that the majority of that $13 million that's raised nationwide we raise through our local fundraising efforts, mostly through our Fill the Boot campaign. So I'm going to take the opportunity as well to plug that on December 6th we're going to be doing Fill the Boot, as we always have in Simi Valley, and we've always appreciated the support of the city there. This year we're going to be able to add Camarillo and Ojai to that list as well. So we're really looking forward to being able to do some good work. And finally, on behalf of the firefighters of Ventura County, I really want to thank the citizens for the support that we received during these wildfires. As Supervisor Bennett pointed out, there was a tremendous amount of fatigue among the firefighters. You can't know how important the expressions of support that we receive from the community are. So thank you very much.
Money in those boots. It's amazing how much money they raised that way. I was tasked one year to help count money, and it was absolutely incredible. And it's not just nickels and dimes. There were checks. One boot had a $100 bill in it, plus tons of other stuff. So good work. Okay, with that, we have a 15-minute break. Do we have a quick item we could do in closed session before our 10 o'clock time certains? Okay, then the board will recess to closed session and return at 10 a.m. so. And Supervisor Long has an opportunity that she would like to take. Okay, I'd like to call the board meeting back to order and take our first, 10 a.m. time certain, which is item 19, and that's the presentation on the fiscal year 0203 second year Proposition 36 report for Substance Abuse Crime Prevention Act 2000. Good morning. Oh, we have a whole team up here.
Good morning. Linda Schulman, Director of Behavioral Health Department. We're very happy to be here this morning to review over the second year results of our Prop 36 implementation. As your board is aware, this became law several years ago and comes with all of the intricacy difficulties of implementing treatment in a legal system and learning how to interface together. And so what we thought we would do this morning was highlight for you, rather than reviewing all of the data and the details that were in your report, we thought we would highlight for you some of the successes of the program. We have a client here today who wants to tell you about how Prop 36 has changed or helped her. And then we have several members of our collaborative ops cabinet here who are here to answer your questions and to help dialogue about how the program has been going. So first I'm going to introduce Luis Tovar, our alcohol and drug administrator, and Sandra Nellis, the administrator of the Prop 36 program.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. We are very pleased and just very happy to be able to report to you that in this past most recent year just completed with Prop 36 that the program has demonstrated some successes and effectiveness overall, and just continues to reinforce the fact that the initiative is working here in Ventura County, that those that need treatment are getting into treatment, and the cooperation that we've been able to enjoy between the different partners, probation agency, the district attorney's office, the public defender's office, and most importantly, the folks that make it happen on the front line, the treatment providers. We are working collectively together to ensure that this initiative is successful here in Ventura County. Let me introduce to you now Sandra Nellis, our program manager.
Good morning. We're excited to be here and to talk about our successes. One of the things that we didn't have last year to talk about was our completions of treatment. Because of the treatment program being a year to a year and a half long, we did not have a lot of completions then. But now in our second year, going into our third year, we're seeing a lot more completions of the program. And so I want to introduce Drusilla, who is going to tell you about her experiences.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to say the program has really helped me, and I think it can help anybody that really wants to change. Before, I had a lot of life problems, and I got into using, drugs, and the program has really helped me. The counselors were great, and now I can work on going back to school, and now I'm married and, active in my church, and can put, all of the drugs and problems in my life behind me. And I just wanted to say, I'm very thankful to the program.
Congratulations.
This morning we have with us one of our members of our Operations Oversight Committee. The Operations Oversight Committee has been meeting on a regular basis since even prior to the implementation of the initiative back in November of 2000, but has met consistently over the course of time and continues to meet on a monthly schedule to talk about programmatic issues as well as early on implementation issues. But Neil Quinn, who's with the Public Defender's Office as a Chief Assistant Public Defender, is here to share a little bit about the process that we've been involved with. Neil?
It's been my pleasure to serve on this committee since the inception, working towards the implementation. And I think it is a unique thing that the various members of the criminal justice system have been able to work and talk together. As you might understand, the various parties bring different viewpoints, And the monthly meetings, in my opinion, have been effective in addressing the issues as they have come up. Recently, there's been issues of public safety, and these are there's a dialogue that's being addressed within that meeting that I think will eventually be productive. One thing that I want to stress is that we're trying to implement this social program to help people's lives in the context of a very complex legal structure. I punched in Prop 36 today on Lexis, and you can get 200 hits, and there's a lot of law, and the law is constantly changing. One of the frustrations we experienced during the first year was our low rate in getting people from the courtroom to the assessment center. We looked at it, we realized it was a problem, we made some changes, and that's now up to 72%, which is close to the statewide average. As an interface with the legal, I want to explain something that was another source of frustration. In the law as it was then being applied, a person who failed to even show up at the assessment center would be given a strike. They'd be reported as non-compliant, given a strike, but then referred back for treatment under Prop 36 with no further sanction, no further jail at least, other than the strike. And that was in accordance with the law because it was considered a treatment violation. A case came down. The case said, no, the court can consider that as a treatment refusal. If right out of the bat, despite the person saying, I want Prop 36 treatment, he doesn't get his body down to the assessment center within the 5 days allotted, the court should take that as a refusal, and that's now being implemented in this county. So if people don't show up at the assessment center, they're out, period, no second chances. So I think that's sort of a good indication of how the legal system interacts with practices, policies that, as this thing evolves, will allow us to serve the needs of clients better. Thank you. And I will be available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Neil. With that, I'd like to ask Shannon to... Obviously, the name's not correct, but thank you.
Hi, my name is Shannon Corpus. I'll try to put this in a nutshell. December 11th, actually it was about January, 2 years ago, I ended up in Prop 36 and actually had a relapse after 4 years of successful sobriety and relapsed over prescription medication because I had severe carpal tunnel. And when I entered Prop 36, I had a real bad attitude. I didn't want to be there. I didn't think I needed to learn anything. And in the year program that I was there, it taught me a lot. It taught me the other side of recovery that I didn't learn when I had went to a recovery program prior to that in '97. And at the time, I was, my wife had filed for divorce, and I was separated from my family and my children. Today, I'm back home with my wife. I'm reconciled. I went from making minimum wage 2 years ago to making $18 an hour now as a crew foreman. I run 12 guys, 4 of which are from the Kepler House right now, some of which are on Prop 36, who are successfully working a program, who are staying successfully clean and working underneath me as a crew supervisor. Today I'm going to buy a brand new truck, and I'm home. I'm almost 2 years sober, December 11th, and Prop 36 made a big difference in my life. They showed me, the medical and the scientific side of drug addiction, and today I know that I will stay successfully sober for the rest of my life. I've got 2 children. Actually, I've got 3 children. And my goal in life is to raise my children in a drug-free home and to show them that they don't have to use drugs. Because I don't want my kids to have to go through the 12 years of garbage I put myself through. I mean, I've been in and out of institutions for as long as I can remember, and I've been out 2 years again, and I just don't want to go back. Prop 36 made a huge, huge impact on my life. I even go back there today and talk to people today. I go back to the rescue mission today and talk to people today. And then I'll end with this. I also play with a ministry group outside of my church, and we go to the women's prisons, we go to recovery homes, we speak on recovery. Matter of fact, 2 weeks ago we played at Camp 13 in Malibu, and I got to see 40 girls with smiles this big on their face happy because I told them that they could have freedom in recovery. Today, I'm not getting loaded. Today, I have a successful life, and I'm very happy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Treatment does work, and for the two folks that were here this morning to share a little bit about their life experience, we know that we have many more folks out there that can have just as much of a life story to share with us as well. But we're very honored that we have the opportunity to have a place in folks' life to make a difference, and it's their willingness to take that first step that does make a difference for them. And we'll continue to encourage that as we continue to move forward with this initiative. But at this time, Linda?
Well, in the interest of time, we're just going to open up to questions to your board, although I do want to recognize that another member of our Ops Cabinet, Alan Hammerin for probation, is here. So depending on the questions, I'm going to deflect accordingly to the different people who may be able to shed light. But we've been given heads up that there may be some questions, so we're here.
Okay, are there any questions, Supervisor
Madam
Flynn?
Chair, I don't have a question, but I really thank the staff for bringing and inviting the two people who gave testimony today. And let me congratulate you and thank you for coming public on your testimony, because it's very important that we try to find out if these programs we have are having an impact. And they've had an impact on two people. We see them today. And we're very proud of you. We know it's difficult. But we know also that Prop 36 was a giant step in the right direction for our society, a major step for our society to do that. And I commend you highly. And thank staff. I've asked from time to time that we bring people here so we can actually see the successes of a program, and you did that. Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Bennett?
Yeah, thank you. Since we moved beyond the question stage, I too would like to congratulate both of the clients that have been through the program. For you to come down here and make it alive just changes the whole dynamics for us. We're not talking about statistics and numbers and all that stuff. We're talking about real people. So thank you both, and keep up your good work in terms of going out and sharing the word with everybody else. So that's a key part of it. For me, one of the most satisfying things in government is to watch professionals come together and work professionally to do something. And if you had to take a formula for disaster and put it together, Proposition 36 was that. We're going to take all these different agencies that don't normally work together, and we're going to give them a very complex law that mandates that they do certain things. We're going to tell them, now, get into a room and make it work, and you're under a deadline, and there's real accountability there, and there's no money, right, to do that. This has been one of the great successes in Ventura County. Even though there is still much to do to make this better and better as you go forward. But to have this many professionals work professionally is truly one of the most satisfying things that I get to see. And, when I was elected, Prop 36 happened at the same time. And so I've been sort of watching this, while I'm new, I realize you guys are as new with this whole program. So I'm very pleased with all that, and my compliments to all the professionals involved. And then finally, just on a personal note, Mr. Quinn, your letter of October 8th, I thought was a very informative and helpful letter for us to give us some perspective on putting the program in perspective, because I think it's always easy to lose perspective of the overall program here. And I thought this was one of the best written things that I've seen on this or any kind of staff letter that I've gotten. So thank you very much.
Okay, other comments? Supervisor Parks?
Hi. I do have some questions, and I also appreciate the fact that our system can work so we can have people who are addicted and are in jail primarily because of their addiction get treatment and be cured from that. I have some questions. I got a copy of the report that you sent. I don't know if the board has it, but to me, Well, there's a lot of statistics like how many bed days there are and how much money we spend on medications and all. There's just some questions to me that are really basic, like how many people are no longer addicted as a result of the program, that I'm not seeing in here. When we talk about expanded services that are needed, one of the ones is that we need detoxification services that include both medically supported and social model service. Well, to me, that is like the most basic thing. If we don't have detox centers, you know, it's going to make it a lot more difficult to sit there and have therapy with people who are still primarily addicted. And I wanted to get more information about, like I said, how many people are not addicted anymore as a result of these services.
You know, the best number we could give you for that are people that have completed the program and graduated, which is reported in there. It's in the couple hundreds right now. And I think a lot of people say to us, wow, 4,000 people were referred into the program and 300 graduated. And there's a big hole there between the two numbers. But again, we want to remind everybody it's a year to a year and a half that you're in treatment, so there would be no graduations for the first beginnings of time. That 4,000 number also includes people that were referred into the program maybe more than once. It's a duplicated count. So if they were referred and then were sentenced back and then referred in again, then that number keeps going up, whereas their graduations, there'd only be one time that they would finally graduate from the program. So we've graduated people, which means that they've completed treatment successfully. As far as continual sobriety, we'll continue to provide aftercare and support them through that process, but those would be the best numbers that we have right now towards that.
And that was another question I had about when we talk about there being 1,200 people assessed as new clients, 800 were reassessed following their return to court for noncompliance. Mm-hmm. So of the 1,200, you had 800 reassessed for noncompliance. Is that 800 of the 1,200? Mm-hmm. It is?
Yes.
Okay, because then we're looking at something like 80% are being reassessed, are essentially...
That's in addition to?
That number is in addition to the 1,200. As part of the process, those that are reassessed under the program are folks that for whatever reason have fallen out of treatment and are in noncompliance. They didn't show up when they were supposed to. They were in treatment and maybe relapsed by going back to drug use and subsequently were discharged from the program and returned back to court. Those then are returns back from the court process to the program that would be counted as
so they're
reassessed.
Two separate numbers. And
yes,
you have 1,200 that were assessed as new clients, and you had 800 that were reassessed Correct. And brought in. They're not the same people.
No.
Okay, so then we're seeing that something like 800 have to be reassessed, didn't go through it successfully.
Correct.
And that, I would just surmise, is they're not showing up or they're doing drugs.
Correct.
Or
and
both.
Under the protocols of our program, if clients don't show up within a relatively short period of time, the program will take the steps to send the necessary notification back to the court, either through the probation office or the court directly, to file a declaration that this individual is non-compliant in some way.
And to me, it is so important that we do have very close monitoring, because you are doomed to failure to have people going through counseling who are at the same time doing drugs.
Absolutely.
And so I can understand why you may have a lot. I'm just wondering, and I know that it's just started and we're looking for improvements, but how we can get not having 800 people that aren't following through. What is it that we can do? And I think that might also lead to some of the concerns that public safety is having, that we have a lot of people that aren't as closely monitored, that are falling, that there are some lapses that are falling through some of these cracks, that we're not having immediate, someone can remain for 3 weeks doing drugs and not incarcerated and not in the program, for example. So there are safety concerns with that. So I'm hoping that you are looking at ways to fill those lapses.
If I could just say a little bit about addiction and the disease of addiction too, that it is a biopsychosocial disease, and it's like any chronic illness, is that there are starts and stops with it. It's like anybody that has diabetes, they just don't make a complete lifestyle change overnight. It's not like turning a light switch on and off. And the same is with addiction, since drugs do affect the brain, and the brain affects everything else in the body, is that it does take change, and it depends on how much brain dysfunction has been caused by the brain too, of how long a person will take, in treatment with the starts and the stops. And so there, with this and with it being like a disease, there are going to be starts and stops. Once a person is addicted, there is no cure. They will be considered an addict the rest of their life. They will just be in recovery. It's like other diseases. When people can go into relapse, people go also into relapse with addiction too. Hopefully that if they have been through treatment and they do relapse, that their relapses will get shorter in length and severity.
And also what I'm stressing is that we know ASAP that we have someone, we're not going for 3 weeks with someone that hasn't been identified as having, gone ahead and broken probation and not being swiftly either brought back into the system or back into jail.
One of the things that we, in our dialogue around all of these issues, have found out is that we have about 15 different information systems that have all the data, and none of them talk to each other. And so oftentimes we have a client that gets rearrested, and we don't know that, and we don't know what offense they're rearrested for. We don't want somebody who's dealing drugs in a treatment group with people who are trying to get off of drugs. That is not something that is advantageous to any of us. But if we're not aware of what their previous crime records were or what their previous histories are, and then they're referred under their Prop 36, one specific act, then we don't know that that's something that we're having to deal with, et cetera. So what's great about our collaboration is that we're all looking at how to tear down those blocks of information sharing, how to get systems to talk to each other, and how to ensure that on a more regular basis we're getting the data from the bookings, that we're getting the data on the clients, and being able to share that information regularly. And we've made it a priority for this year, since we've worked out most of the other bugs, to continue to work at that effort of information sharing. So I hope that that'll help us in those lapses.
And most importantly, it will help the client.
Right.
And then and I'm glad that that's being addressed, and I look forward to seeing more success in the lapse of time before these people are brought back into the system. It mentioned that over 500 clients have been identified as having co-occurring disorders, so they also have a mental illness in addition to it. And I think I read that one psychiatrist was hired. So does that mean, I guess just for the second year, 382 with this co-occurring disorder? Does that mean one psychiatrist is dealing with and assessing 382 patients?
That's actually a pretty normal caseload for us. Our psychiatrists in the mental health clinics run caseloads of somewhere between 250 to 300 or so. But we are opening all of our mental health clinics to Prop 36 clients for dual diagnosis treatment. So the one psychiatrist is doing primary care and seeing them, but then they're all being referred for dual disorder services through the different mental health services, and all being under one umbrella. We've been able to knock down some walls and work out some systems to ensure that that's happening. So they have access to much more than that, but we did put dedicated staff towards the Prop 36 clients so that they could get assessed and on meds right away in case there wasn't an appointment immediately through the mental health clinic, but then they're able to get referred to the clinics and continue being monitored.
I just have to say I was surprised that it was such a high number. That's almost half of the people in your program are dual.
We think almost half of the people in both sides of our treatment programs are dual as well. So it seems to be a consistent reality that we're looking at, is that we're always going to be dealing with both sides when we deal with these clients.
It's very positive that you can deal with both the issues that one client might have, particularly when so many haven't. Thank you.
Okay. Further comments? Yes, sir.
If I could just make a couple of more comments. I want to thank Your Honor, Campbell, Judge Campbell. The court, I think, has in Ventura County been very sensitive about these issues. and I really thank you. There are other examples, too, that I could go into on mental health, for example. But I commend the court for being sensitive like this. Think of the major change, though, that's taking place. Rather than looking at people simply as a criminal and locking them up and expecting them to get well there, they're not going to get well. But we're looking at it as a health problem. That's a major change in society. And the responsibility that you take and we take is making this work. 10 years from now, we want to say it worked. It'll take about that much time to determine if it does work, probably. But my commendation to those of you that work with people who really have tough problems. These are tough problems. People have to deal with them on a day-by-day basis when they're recovering. And I've heard people testify like this. And so my compliments and thanks to you for being on the front line of helping a major project work.
Supervisor Long?
Madam Chair, thank you. I met with the director and Mr. Tovar and Ms. Nellis and walked through the report because I had some questions on the numbers, and I think that dialogue was helpful even in their review of looking at numbers that weren't explained totally as to whether they're duplicated numbers, duplicated clients, and the assessment challenges. There's no question they've identified that there still is a great need to get people immediately into assessment or we lose them. And I'd suggested they might talk with our court administrator and see at the point that we open up the courts for the Juvenile Justice Center, is there some space that you could actually have an assessment center right on site, right next door to that courtroom, so that you capture them and they don't have an exit door. To improve that statistics. When we worked on this from the beginning, we knew we didn't have in place the infrastructure in the community to support what the voters really would like to see come out of this initiative. We still don't, and there's still a lot of work to be done, and we've talked about that and talked about the detox point side of it, and the other the support system that's needed. And one of the things that was clearly said too, I think in the report, is that the accountability is critical, both for the collaborators, but also for the voters. And it is critical that all of our vendors understand that doing things the old way that may have been more of a social approach to touchy-feely, and I don't mean to simplify it because it truly, we know that 12-step works and recovery works and all of that, but we are looking for accountability. We must to answer the voters' questions and support on this. So the collaboration, breaking down some of the confidentiality barriers that can be broken down so we can have stronger collaboration, will be imperative to continuing to provide us reports that show true accountability and success of the program, and also be very forthright in what still are challenges, not failures, but challenges. When they meeting with them and said that 50% of the users are methamphetamine, that's a startling number and a horrible drug addiction, as we know. So I'm pleased to hear that they've looked at the numbers and looking at ways to make sure that we get good, clean reports that are understandable for all of us. But the fact that collaboration is still solid, I hope, or I believe, in working together with the court and all of the leadership is encouraging. So good work. Appreciate
Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you, Supervisor Michaels. I'll make four quick points. One, I appreciate comments of Supervisor Parks and Long. We do want to have the highest standards possible out there for this. I mean, Ventura County's over and over again done that in the mental health field. You know, if you go back to the long history of that, so it'd be just great for us to become the model in terms of how to do that. We need to have really high standards. At the same time, we have to recognize this is the toughest population to work with, you know, people that are drug addicted, dual diagnosis, mental illness on top of it, et cetera. As Supervisor Flynn pointed out, you just have to slug that one out day at a time. One gentleman here, he had to go through treatment that was the second time through treatment that really caused the recovery. You know, if it wasn't for Prop 36, he probably would not have had a second time through treatment, and he wouldn't have the recovery that he has at this point in time. So Prop 36, I think we're going to have to recognize we'll always have a population that we're going after that we can't say is a success yet. We have to recognize that. But we have to ask ourselves, are we better off than we were before Prop 36? And I just want to read out of Mr. Quinn's letter just one short reference that I think really helps. If persons who were convicted of being under the influence in Ventura County prior to Prop 36 were routinely placed on summary probation, meaning they got absolutely no supervision from the probation department or any other entity. The only way to determine if those granted summary probation continued to use drugs were if they were rearrested for their drug offense. They were never tested by anyone. Under Prop 36, the same defendants are now being routinely tested and being brought back to court if they don't comply. Now, that's a big improvement, but there's still a lot of room to go forward. But I think that is what I think the voters are really going after, is they wanted people to have a second shot at treatment. They recognize that missing the treatment component makes no sense from a public policy standpoint, that we're all better off if while we have them we can try to jam as much treatment as we possibly can at these people. And so to the extent that you're making progress that way, that's great. To the extent that we have a lot more to go, that's the challenge, and that's what motivates professionals to do good work. Thanks.
Okay, this is a receive and file report. We appreciate the information. And one thing, I agree with everything that was said, but the one thing that was missed that's critical, it doesn't matter what the voters want. It doesn't matter how many opportunities are afforded. What matters is whether or not the person has finally made up their mind that they want to be sober. We can't force it. And we give the opportunity, and that's why some we will never get to. Some it's going to take more than once. But I think to answer Supervisor Bennett's question, yes, we're better off. If we only get a small portion, we've at least gotten to someone and helped them get over an addiction and made their life better. But the one thing we have to remember as policymakers is we can only afford the opportunity for people to avail themselves of services when they're ready that will help them. We can't do it for them, no matter what we legislate. And so with that, I thank you all for your great service. This has been tough. I think there's been a few battles in the back room that we never listened to, but we're aware that they kind of happened, and we thank you for that. And to those of you, the two that spoke that have been successful, congratulations, and don't give up and don't go back. We're proud of you. With that, thank you very much.
Thank
you. I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. And now, it is my great pleasure to invite up Judge Campbell and our own Ted Myers to receive a resolution proclaiming November as Court Adoption and Permanency Month. This is another one of those good news things that we've been having all morning. And instead of reading all of the statistics that are in here, I would like to give Ted and certainly Judge Campbell an opportunity to talk about what they work with on a daily basis and the realities of the fluffy words that are here that are sincerely meant, but they deal with it on a daily basis. So I think hearing from them is more important than hearing from me. So with that, Ted, if you would like to take over, and Judge Campbell, thank you so much for being here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for Supervisor Michaels and members of the board, Mr. Johnston. This is Adoptions Month. We recognize it every year at November. It's one of the important recognition ceremonies I think that we have. It's a culmination, one of the positive events that we have in child welfare. Every child deserves a permanent, safe, nurturing home. Every child deserves parents who take care of them, are committed to them for the long haul. Every parent faces challenges and difficulties raising children. And some of our parents are not able to rise to that challenge. Many are. But when they are not able to, we need to be able to find substitute parents, people who are also committed, who can open up their hearts and their homes to these children and get over that hump, because it doesn't have to be the biological parent. Yesterday I was making a speech to the Ventura Rotary Club, and the question arose, we've seen a lot of bad news in the paper, especially from back east in New Jersey, about foster care and adoptions, a system that looks broken. We do not have those kinds of disasters here. That's what people want to know. We do not have that. We have a governmental system that's in place that supports families to make those commitments to our kids who, through no fault of their own, need a place to stay. And the way that works in adoptions, there's different kinds of adoptions program. There's international, intercountry adoptions, there's private adoptions. The one we're most concerned with is agency relinquishment adoptions that happen through our foster care system, where foster parents take care of our children. We identify adoptive parents. Either the foster parent themselves moves on to become an adoptive parent, or they hold the child until and nurture the child until we find a suitable match for an adoptive parent. And here to talk about that before we get to Judge Campbell is our adoption supervisor, Elaine Gonzalez.
Hello. I have a little bit of a cold, so. Well, I'm really honored to be here today to talk about my job. What I find in adoptions is that, working with people has its challenges, but it also gives you the rewards that you can't really talk about unless you talk about certain cases, but I'm not going to do that today. But what I really want to emphasize is what Ted had said earlier about what we're really trying to do is emphasize on creating a permanent and safe home for children. With that, we are focusing on three things. One thing is safety for children. The next is well-being of children, and lastly is permanence for children. And with that, in working with the families that we work with, we have different populations. We have the foster parents who come in and want to take care of children, and they tell us right away if they're willing or interested in adopting children. So we try to do our best initially to make those matches. We also have relatives who adopt children, and we also have step-parents who adopt children, like say they marry the parent and then they want to adopt the child. Those are the three populations that we work with. Sometimes we are very successful and children are adopted. Sometimes we're not because people change their mind. Sometimes they don't complete the paperwork, and when we have that, we just start over again to try to find a permanent and safe home for children. Something that we do bi-monthly to encourage and give information about adoptions is we have a bi-monthly orientation for people who are interested in adoptions, and we actually have a high turnout for that every other month. So we're able to tell people how they can get into adoptions if they want to become a foster parent, or encourage them to do that, and then give them referrals too if maybe they're not interested in adopting a foster child. So we also give them information about how they can achieve in our mission to provide a safe and permanent home for children. I think that's pretty much all that I have to say. I could go on, but they told me I couldn't talk for a long time. Our staff is really dedicated. We have a mighty force of 6 staff. We have one person who just does home studies, one person who does step-parent adoption, and all the rest of them do everything else, from local supervision to out-of-state supervision and out-of-county supervision, because people move, and people are really moving a lot these days just because of just the market and real estate. So, we're being stretched quite a bit, but, we're still focused on our outcomes. So, thank you.
Okay. We actually were able to complete 63 adoptions in the last fiscal year, another tremendous number of families. One of our happiest events. Judge Campbell is here to talk.
I suppose based on your philosophy, you can believe that nothing happens by chance, that there's a design behind everything. It's serendipitous that the Prop 36 group was here before this, because the sad truth is that most of the kids who are adopted because of agency adoptions are lost by their parents because of substance abuse. 75 to 80%. It dwarfs everything else. So that's the sad fact. That's how they get to me. The good news is there seem to be many families that are willing to take them in, make a lifelong commitment to them, and raise them as if they were their own. Carrie Griffith is here with me today. She has organized and put together 2 events. One of them is this Friday at 1:30 in courtroom 30, where we have, at this point, 8 adoptions to take place and scheduled. So that's 8 families to absorb 1 or more child. The second is a week from Saturday, November 15th, at the Premium Outlet Mall. This is an in-joke between Ted and I, because I can never get the name correct, where we're going to have an information fair from 10 to 2 out, is it out off Saks, where many of the providers who provide services for permanency for children are going to have booths and hand out information. So it's a chance to learn something and do some shopping. But I want to thank all of you for your recognition of this as an important thing. We've come every year for this resolution, and you've given it to us every year. And it makes every difference to these children to have a loving, permanent home to grow up in. There's no greater gift to a child than parents who love them and nurture them and support them. So thank you very much.
Do you have any questions or comments to make? But first.
I just want to make sure that we don't pass up this opportunity after hearing those certainly motivational words to appeal to everybody in this building that's listening at this point in time and everybody in the audience that we need everybody to consider and step forward in some way to try to help solve this problem. Not everybody sitting out in the audience now or in this building can adopt, but everybody could help a foster family. We have a program that's designed just for people who want to help foster parents. There are so many different ways that you can help, but this is our community's responsibility, and I hope everybody will take some part of that and try to address that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comment to make, and that is to Judge Campbell. We are so fortunate in this county, and most of you who are here today don't spend a lot of time in this boardroom, but I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again and again and again. We are so fortunate to have the bench in this county that we have, because every time we do something together, you know that they care, that they're passionate about what they're doing, and they're compassionate in how they administer the sentences and bring people, try at least to bring people back into society. It's not that way in every court. So we're very fortunate to have the bench that we have here. And I just think everybody needs to know that. We know the talents that we have in our county family, but we don't interact with the courts that, at least most of us don't, that much. Don't want to meet you on the other side there, Judge. But I think that's a fact that everybody should know, and I thank you very much for all of that you do. To have the judges take time from their very busy calendars to come over and do these types of things shows how important it is. Okay, with that we will move on to the addendum item, which I don't I've lost my copy of. Supervisor Flynn has put an addendum on the agenda, and therefore I will let him introduce his item. Supervisor Flynn, hello. Okay, so.
Thank you very much for listening and hearing the Yacht Club this morning. Members of the Yacht Club are here. I'm very impressed with each one of them as I've gotten to know them over the years, and especially their ability to get things done. And I'm thinking of a lot of you right now with the white sea bass and with the fisheries that we've had almost depleted, like the halibut fishery is coming back, and for the preserve and reserve that we have off our channel. The Yacht Club has been a leader in that. But Madam Chair and board members, I understand that Evans Hughes is going to give the presentation.
Before you get there, I think we have to find out if the board is agreeable to that.
Right. I move that we, we'll have Frank, what do we have to do?
The matters before the board can elect to hear the matter or not according to the majority will.
Okay, is there any comment? Is there a motion?
I move that we hear the Yacht Club this morning.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? The comment that I have, and I feel very compelled and I have to make this, this I believe is a little unfortunate. It is very unusual. I think the board is opening itself up to having other people who are interested in the master lease want to have the ability to present. This is a lease negotiation situation, and I personally am very uncomfortable with the way that this is going and agreeing to have a presentation. However, we will take a vote. It appears that the Yacht Club will be allowed to make a public presentation. You will be limited to 10 minutes. The board can ask questions, and that is all. There will be no decision today. You're merely here to make a presentation. I have to limit it to 10 minutes because all presentations under the new board rules are limited to 10, unless the board takes it over with questions. So with that, I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any opposition? I'm opposed. With that, we will continue on. And if you would like to introduce the person who's going to speak, I have a blue card.
Okay, Evans Hughes, if you could come up, please.
That was Evans.
Is a longtime member of the Yacht Club in Channel Islands, the Channel Islands Yacht Club, and he really has a background like many of the people here today. I just chose him because he's going to give the comments to this board, but his experience and his business knowledge and experience are just really unusual. Let me just read this. During his tenure at Southern Pacific, he worked on a team which developed the Mazda operation of Port Hueneme. His automotive marketing group made him he made those first presentations to BMW. BMW today has an outstanding plant in Oxnard.
Supervisor Flynn, I know you're trying to be nice, but
one more word.
We've got a timing problem here.
I understand. Volvo and other European automakers to us in Port Hueneme rather than landing these vehicles at either Atlantic or Gulf Coast ports. So I'm really proud to be associated with you. You've been a business partner with the county for 40 years. I think you ought to have it, and you're going to have a chance to express yourself in public. Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, Chairman Michael. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And on behalf of the members, they've asked...
Excuse me, sir. Could you turn that microphone around? Yeah, there you go.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to turn it back.
They've asked me to express their appreciation for all of the work you've done on this disastrous fire effort so far and the work you'll be doing in the future. I'll certainly stay on the 10-minute time limit. The purpose of our presentation today from our vision statement is Channel Islands Yacht Club has been here 43 years, and we hope that our successors are standing here before you 43 years now, almost a half a century, telling you that we've done a good job and we've been able to keep our civic and economic contributions going. The purpose of the presentation today is to obtain your support for our proposal to acquire the building that we built and get a long-term ground lease on D2. We'll cover 4 things today. We'll review the benefits to the county of our proposal. We'll demonstrate financial capabilities. We'll cover our present building, and then conclusion and recommendations. Let's look at the benefits to the county for our proposal. This shows the flow of funds if Channel Islands Yacht Club is a sub-lessee to the marina operator versus our proposal of direct contributions or a direct flow of funds to the county. Now, let's take a look at some numbers that go along with that proposal. We've offered to purchase the building for $100,000. Let's assume the county gets 2% per year return on that $100,000, and that we pay a ground lease of $680 a month. Now, the highest rent we have been quoted to date is 4 times higher than what we're paying. It's $4,600. Whether the yacht club can exist at $4,600 and still be a triple net lessee, sub-lessee, is questioned. But let's carry it on through. Only 15% of that rent will go through to the county per the terms of the RFP. Now let's put the numbers on the flow slide. Gets a little interesting. First, let's look at the marina operator. 100% goes to the marina operator, which is $4,600 a month. They keep $3,910, and $690 a month is flowed to the county. Our proposal says, okay, we're going to give you $100,000 for the building, and continuing the good news that you've had so far today, we can write you that check tomorrow, and we'll pay you $680 a month ground lease. Now, what does that mean when you really look at it? The purpose of that chart is just to show you the magnitude of the difference. The county is much better off, not a little bit better off, but much better off with the yacht club's proposal than it is having us as a sub-lessee to the marina operator. How much better off? Well, on a 40-year term basis, we'd flow in $542,874 versus $331,200, or $211,674. That's a 64% improvement over the proposal to run it through a marina operator, and the county gets 15%. But it gets better. We pay a percentage of these revenue categories to the county. I don't want to dwell on the percentages today because we've already agreed to the newer higher percentages if we get the building and if we get the ground lease. We can't pay the higher percentages if we have to still be a triple net sub-lessee, because that means we pay all the property taxes, we pay the insurance on the whole building. That's what we're doing today. Now, what happens when we include the percentages in? That makes the significance even better in favor of the county. How much better? Well, on a monthly basis, you're getting $2,434 versus us being a sub-lessee at the higher rent. Keep it in mind, if our rent is less, then that sub-lessee payment goes down. So you're $1,000 better off. Over the term, our proposal gives the county $1.2 million versus $650,000. So it's almost a 2-to-1 better proposal. That's the advantages that we see in our proposal to the county. Now let's look at financial capability. We're only going to do one slide today. We've got $200,000 in the bank, cash on hand. We'll write you a check today. We'll execute a ground lease agreement with you today. We'll start writing the check tomorrow. we went to 4 banks, and we said, in the event that we get the building and a long-term ground lease, will you consider supporting us with construction loans, renovation loans, this kind of stuff? Each bank said they would. Chase Manhattan Bank was asked, the only one we asked to pre-approve anything, and they pre-approved a $500,000 construction loan based upon our current finances. So we think, and we haven't even talked about member pledges in support, which we would get if we had the building and the ground lease, which are very doubtful if we do not. All right, let's look at the building and facilities. Here is the current Channel Islands Yacht Club building. This area down in here are the famous restrooms. Over here is the yacht broker's office. This is a 3D shot of that building. See that little line right there? From that line all the way up on the first floor is the old building. Channel Islands Yacht Club members have built the rest of that building with their funds, their hands, and their money. You got people sitting around here today that have literally swung hammers building that building. This is the back side of the building. Back here you see the downstairs kitchen. You see our upstairs kitchen. Here's our linen room. There's our main dining hall, 3rd floor deck, 2 3rd floor decks, restrooms, sail locker. We use 91% of the square footage of that building. Consequently, we have not had any hesitancy to pay for the taxes and the insurance and everything, and the maintenance, exterior and interior. Here's some recently completed projects just to show you the magnitude of the effort that we have undertaken. The first one on the chart was done by our members with time and their contribution and materials. Was a $60,000 project if we had gone outside to get it done. Would cost us about 10 grand. Here's what we think we're going to have to do in the future. The electrical room, regardless of the decision you make on the marina operator, that electrical situation has to be addressed. We're willing to put up $35,000 to help. 2 minutes to go. But anyway, $205,000 for projects. Here's a proposal that we'd kind of like for people to consider. We never have had a chance to get down and discuss it. What if we pushed out this 2nd floor deck and pushed out the front of the building a little bit? That would give the whole thing down here more help. You would get more room for the restrooms, more room if we get that electrical compartment out of there, more room for a laundry room. Those are the kind of things that the Yacht Club is willing to work with, and we're willing to pursue. If you look at what we're willing to do over the next 5 years, our routine normal maintenance expenditures about $2,000 a month. That's $120,000. We've shown you $205,000. We figure we'll get at least, that's a very conservative $100,000 in time and materials. We're willing to put $425,000 in that building. Here are some of the economic and civic contributions. Right now, the members of the Yacht Club run the fish grow-out pens in the harbor, and we've released literally tens of thousands of white sea bass. We're now working on the white abalone program. We were spearheaded the marine reserves around the islands, and you've got a very aggressive group of people down there working very aggressively on a lot of projects that benefit Ventura County. We put together an organization that gives some stability to how the county can interact with the club. We did get a written proposal from you got a written proposal from the harbor on the 29th. We've got a lot of questions about that proposal. A little humor. The proposal is kind of like me asking you all to buy my house today, but I'm going to issue, is that the 1 minute?
Your time's up, sir. So I'll give you a little time to wrap up, but please be very brief.
All right, here are the conclusions. We've made a bona fide offer. We don't want to get into anything for 18 to 24 months. We're willing to work now. We think we've got the resources to do it, and we ask respectfully that each one of the board members submit our or support our proposal to purchase the building and enter into a long-term ground lease. We just need a chance and would like to have it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Given that we've had the presentation, it's not my intention to move into questions or get into any great dialogue. I think we probably should not do that. We should accept the presentation that was given us. Thank you for taking your time to come down here. Thank you for being brief and staying within the time limit. And the board will take this under advisement, and we appreciate your time. Thank you very much. With that, we will...
Can I just ask one question of you? Yeah.
Sure.
And that's, can we get those PowerPoint slides that he presented us in writing to us? Yeah.
I would assume,
Yeah,
do we have them already?
Good. We got it. Great. Thank you.
They're right in front of us. Oops! Well, you know, we were interested in what the speaker was saying, not looking around the desk, so sorry we missed that. Thank you again for your time. At this time, the board is through with its regular agenda. We will move into the closed session. There may be an announcement. I'm not sure that we will even get all the way through closed session. If we do not, we will go back to closed session after the 1:30 time certain. And with that, if I could have the board in the back room as quickly as possible, I would appreciate it. I'll call the board meeting back to order for the 1:30 hearing. Prior to that, the board has an announcement. The board in closed session today agreed to settle the litigation in Jamie Sharples versus County of Ventura et al., United States District Court case number CV03-4413 CBM. The vote of the board was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, to pay the plaintiff a total of $162,500 in total satisfaction of her claims against the County of Ventura and the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. Okay, with that, we will move into our 1:30 hearing, and I will turn it over to staff for a report.
Thank you, Chairperson Michaels, members of the board. Kim Rodriguez, the case planner on this, is prepared to make a brief presentation to you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Kim Rodriguez, and I'm here representing the Planning Division this afternoon. I'm before you to discuss the case of a track map 5347. The location of this site is in East Santa Rosa Valley, south of Santa Rosa Road. It's 3 miles east of the city of Camarillo limits. The property is located adjacent and in between the Camelots Estate subdivision and the Wildwood Ranch Lots subdivision. The applicant is requesting the subdivision of 2 existing 57-acre parcels into 18 individual private lots for the future construction of single-family dwellings. The lot size ranges from 2.2 net to 4.29 net acres. The Planning Commission met on this on October the 9th and approved the variance on one of the lots from 2.3 to 2.2, subject to the approval of today's tentative map. The only issues that we really had with this at the Planning Commission stage are the issues of Sumac Lane, which connects both of the developments, Wildwood and Camelot. Sumac Lane is proposed to go through to connect both of the developments. And the issue of the access onto Santa Rosa Road, which the developer has been conditioned to provide some design studies prior to the recording of the final track map. They have 5 years to complete that. Those are the only 2 issues that went to the board on October the 9th. It was a 4-1 vote. There was appropriate legal CEQA noticing, and the staff report for the Planning Commission covered all of the findings that were made, including the subdivision and the variance findings. Therefore, based on the staff report, we propose that you adopt the recommended findings, and staff proposes that you recommends that you approve the project. And I'm available for questions. The applicant's representative and the applicant's engineer, as well as Nazir Lalani from the Transportation Department and Ray Gutierrez from the Development and Inspection Services, are also available for questions.
Okay, at this time, are there any questions for staff?
I have a few. Let's see. First of all, I think you said that this traffic report has not, you are waiting for the traffic report from the consultant?
No, we have a preliminary. They have 5 years in order to complete this traffic design analysis, but they have done a preliminary review of the site access and circulation for the proposed, just to state that it's feasible. We received that on the 30th, and it's under review by both Planning Division staff and Transportation staff.
I think one of the concerns I have is that this condition that maybe they can only make right turns onto Santa Rosa Road, and the safety of making left turns. And we just went through a hearing a week or so ago talking about how difficult it is to pull out onto Santa Rosa Road, how difficult it is to turn left particularly. So I don't feel really comfortable that we have a traffic study that's going to tell us that now when we're in the approval stage. I know that what was actually one of the reasons why Planning Commissioner Dukas voted against it was because of the concern that the environmental document showed was a negative declaration, not showing any impacts. And I think even with the requirement that a mitigation fee be paid, that you have to have an impact before you can require an impact fee for traffic to be paid. So that's one question I have is, wouldn't it be the case if you have a traffic impact fee that says will generate additional ADT on the local public roads, this is considered a significant impact on the regional network, and therefore we're going to require this traffic impact
Right.
fee?
That traffic impact fee is done by ordinance to the County Transportation Department and is charged for every project that the county does, not only this project, but every time a single-family home or any project of any kind, even ministerial approved projects, are charged a traffic impact mitigation fee at the time of the building permit stage. It's simply in this document because it's such a large fee that we want to make the developer aware of it. But every project is charged a traffic impact mitigation fee.
And not every project requires more than a negative deck.
Even if they're ministerial over the counter, they're still charged a fee. Even a single-family home is charged a fee.
Right. And I was reading at $46,800 impact fees going to the city of Thousand Oaks.
Well, Nazir Lalani is here, and he could probably discuss that a little bit further
Okay.
about the
So
specifics
is the
of those
county
fees.
also receiving?
The county would be receiving a portion of that fee, but I understand it to be a small portion.
So most of it is going to the city of Thousand Oaks then?
Yeah, and in accordance with the reciprocal traffic agreement we have with the city.
And then also this isn't, when you're looking through the environmental document, that this isn't considered a cumulative impact, even though we have a road that, and I guess Nazir may be able to talk a little bit more about the road, is pretty much at capacity. So there's also the concern about adding more trips to the road. So those are my two issues, and maybe when the traffic engineer comes forward, that can be addressed a little bit more. One is the safety of pulling out onto the road.
Right.
And there's also mention in here that a signal may be required. And I know that this obviously isn't going to pay for a signal by giving $40,000 to the city of Thousand Oaks.
Right. Well, there is a signal at Santa Rosa, and there will be a signal at Yucca. And I think that the preliminary analysis that was done by Lynn Scott Law and Greenspan, the traffic engineers, did make some assumptions based on those two signals about left-hand turns and how that could be accommodated. But I can let Nazir speak further on that. But that would be something that would be studied. This is a tentative map approval, and it would never get to the final actually recording stage until this issue had been resolved. Or in other words, they would be right-hand turns.
Okay. And then, page 3 of the report, it talks about a possible signal at the new intersection of the private road and Santa Rosa Road. And if you're going to instead rely on other traffic signals, if you want to make a left, then I guess you'd be turning right, going to the signal and making a U-turn. Would that be
That would be one of the possibilities.
what you'd have to do to make a
Right.
left? Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I have 3 cards, so I will open up the public testimony portion and call Carolyn Nicholson. Call Elaine Freeman.
Okay, thank you.
You don't look like Carolyn.
No. Chairman Michaels and members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here today on behalf of the Nicholsons. The Nicholsons have been residents out there for 30-plus years and would ask that you accept the Planning Commission's recommendation and staff's recommendations to approve their project. They are also accepting all of the conditions as presented. They want to thank staff as well for working through this process. I would like to go back in history because long ago I chaired the Santa Rosa Valley Task Force study, and that included all the city of Camarillo. At that time there wasn't a city of Moore Park, and all of the agencies, Public Works and Planning, and there were about 30 of us. We did a detailed study of the whole valley, and development was to be limited only east of the cold line, which is down near the Thousand Oaks sewer treatment plant and east. Through the years, the Nicholsons have complied with the recommendations of that task force, and subsequently the general plan amendment that was approved by the board on a 5-0 vote, and the environmental document which was attached to that general plan amendment, that allowed this project to come forward. There's one significant difference. Early on, it was assumed that all of these properties would be 1 acre, and through time and dealing with Water Quality Control Board, as you note, the parcels in the Nicholson's proposed project are considerably larger than adjacent properties. Another part of that study and recommendation was circulation, particularly cross-circulation between properties, and that's why you see the project proposed as it is. It's just good planning to have multiple access points. With that in mind, we also studied at that time the Santa Rosa Road, and there were funding mechanisms, and those improvements have been made over the years to Santa Rosa Road, including the signalization at Las Posas Road. So it is interesting because from my perspective, Santa Rosa Valley has really been studied considerably over the years and has come out fairly like what the task force study would have visioned, except for this case where the lots are getting bigger rather than smaller, which is kind of a reversal on most development as we see throughout urban areas. So we do have Dave Brooks here from the Holland Group, the civil engineer, to answer any questions, and I believe Mrs. Nicholson would like to make a statement. Does the board have any questions?
Questions? Okay. No. Thank you very much. Carolyn? That looks like Carolyn Nicholson. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Carolyn Nicholson, reside at 11226 Santa Rosa Road, and I am the applicant in this case. I want to first thank staff, particularly Kim Rodriguez, for the, I think, thorough and excellent job that they have done. Secondly, to tell you that we accept any conditions, any and all conditions that are part of this project. Thirdly, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have of me.
No? Don't have any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mark Burley. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Burley. I've come here today representing the Santa Rosa Valley Community Association, and I think there's a letter attached from us, possibly. We would like to give our support to this tract map, and we would also like to thank Mr. and Mrs. Nicholson for including a trail along the west side of the property, which is down here on the map. We continue to have no trail policy in the Santa Rosa Valley. The county has no formal way of either creating trails or keeping them at all, which is unfortunate, as it's a very important part of the quality of our life. And this trail that is being put in here is in fact going to be used to replace a trail that we lost very recently. It connected the whole of the south side of the Santa Rosa Valley to the north side of the Santa Rosa Valley. That trail disappeared altogether, despite everything we could do. The only other thing that we would like to add is that we did, in the absence of an area plan, develop a community plan for Santa Rosa Valley a little while ago. And one of the things that we suggested was that future developments should include internal trail systems. And Mr. Nicholson has chosen not to include that at this point, but possibly that would be something that could be added at the final tract map stage, because these are larger lot homes, and that they will, more than likely, these kinds of lots will attract some equestrians. And it would be safer and better for everybody if there were internal trails that maybe ran along the sides of the roads in the same way that they do in hidden meadows. So that's something we would like to see happen before this is finalized in whatever time that is in the future. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Supervisor Bennett.
Tell me about how you lost this trail.
The trail that we had before was further over in what was the Mirati property. It was the bottom of Honey Hill Drive, and it connected, traditionally, there was a trail that went through an agricultural field there, been there for many, many years, certainly longer than I've lived there, and probably than Mr. and Mrs. Nicholson can probably tell you how long it's been there, because they've been in the valley a lot longer than I have. That was developed into 4 large lots, open space lots, and one of the, the trail went across 3 of the lots. We probably could have made do with going across one of the lots. The lot owner has developed and will not allow us, will not give a trail across, even though we probably could have, and here's the issue for us, who takes the liability for these trails? We probably could have got, in fact they agreed to, Camelot Estates to take the easement on that trail. In the same way that recently we added a trail to the East Las Posas from Hidden Meadows to East Las Posas, that was taken by Hidden Meadows Estates. And that's really the only way we have of keeping trails open, because the county refuses to accept any liability for trails or take easements, unfortunately.
My other question is, we've had the pleasure of working together on talking about what to do with the road and all of that. In this project, the Transportation Department commented that it'll generate additional local traffic, but it's not considered a significant impact because the board took action in October of 2002 saying that determined that the level of service on Santa Rosa Road was satisfactory, even though normally it wouldn't be satisfactory. I voted against that determination of the board at that point in time, and I still believe it's, in my mind, it feels schizophrenic to be talking about how bad the level of service is at the intersection and then turn around and say the level of service is satisfactory. So this project will obviously generate more traffic on the road. I'd just like to hear your response to why that shouldn't be an issue.
I'll give you now my personal opinion, not the opinion of the Community Association. My personal opinion is that the problems on Santa Rosa Road are not caused by traffic from the Santa Rosa Valley. The volume of traffic from Santa Rosa Valley is minimal. The traffic is caused by commuters who are coming. I mean, the problems in terms of, if there were no commuters coming through Santa Rosa Valley, there would be no issue at all in terms of the road. And for these few houses extra, it still would not be significant. We've sort of almost reached the point where we have build out in the Santa Rosa Valley in terms of there's only maybe 1 or 2 properties that aren't really developed.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I have no further cards. I will close the public.
Could I ask a couple of questions of the traffic engineer?
Certainly. But he's staff, sort of. So.
Would that, is this the appropriate time?
Certainly. If you have questions.
I do.
In a minute, Elaine. Let her ask her questions and then.
I'm seeing in the report that it talks about a possible signal at the new intersection of the private road and Santa Rosa Road. And also discussion about possibly make it so you can't make a left turn out of the development. Could you, and then also that the funds are for the most part going to the city of Thousand Oaks. Those things don't all, to me, jive with what we're trying to do at Santa Rosa Road in terms of making it easier to access from side roads, from getting signals on the road when, you know, I'm looking for funds for that. I'm just wondering why that's the case.
Those are very, Madam Chair, members of the board, Nazir Lalani from the Transportation Department. Those are all very good questions, and let me try to answer them one by one. The fees are very specifically set in the reciprocal fee agreement with Thousand Oaks, and the way each of these agreements work, we charge the fee which we calculated for that zone, as I would call it, which is the Camarillo zone. I think it's the it's the Thousand Oaks zone, I'm sorry. And some of the money goes into the Camarillo zone as far as improvements are concerned. But it's the Thousand Oaks zone. The fee for that is $55, I believe, per trip. So we multiplied the number of trips, daily trips, and we come up with our fee. The Thousand Oaks fee, though, which when the reciprocal fees are set up, we just simply say in the agreement, whatever fee you charge for that type of land use is what we will collect. So in the case of Thousand Oaks, the fee per single family is significant. It's $2,600. And that fee will be collected and will go to the City of Thousand Oaks for their improvements as determined by their capital improvement program and their fee program. So we don't have any way to determine or make adjustments to those fees. The agreements in each case with the city says we will collect the fee, whatever it is, for that appropriate land use fee. So in this case, it's $2,600 per dwelling unit, and that's what we're collecting. And so none of that money comes to the county. It goes strictly to the city of Thousand Oaks. The only money we get is the $55 per trip that we determine was appropriate for the funding of the improvements in that zone, that Thousand Oaks portion zone. So that's the answer to that question. So all that money that we're collecting will go strictly to the city of Thousand Oaks for their improvements only. Now, as far as the access and the signal, the reason we're asking for a study for the signal is because what we're finding is that as these projects go forward and once they get built, the residents then come back after the developer's long gone and say, we want a signal. We want to be clearly on record that this location was studied for a signal and didn't meet warrants, which I can tell you it will not come even close to meeting warrants, but we want that documented. So really it's a paper exercise, but we want that issue firmly put to bed. What is much more germane, though, is my concern, which was alluded to by Supervisor Bennett, about how much we're hearing about how difficult it is to make left turns. So one of the things we put in the conditioning that the Planning Commission reviewed and then required was this traffic analysis. And it's unusual because normally I don't ask for an access analysis like we have here. But in this case, since the issue has been brought up over and over again about how few gaps there are in traffic, I didn't want to be faced with having to deal with a left turn out problem the minute the people started to occupy that track. So what we asked for was a traffic analysis on the access. What we got back was a report that said they'd looked at delays from other accesses on either side, at Applewood Lane, for example, and they determined that the level of delay was reasonable and that this track would have similar delays that were acceptable. That still doesn't answer my question. So Kim has characterized this as having come in. It hit my desk on Friday. I've done a preliminary review of it. I have three major concerns, and that is that I would have liked to have seen a gap analysis to tell me how many gaps are there on Santa Rosa Road that drivers can use to make those left turns. I think that's a germane question to ask, right? That's not in there. The developer's engineer did say that there is he's recommending an acceleration lane, a left turn acceleration lane. So as traffic comes out of the track and wants to head west, they have an acceleration lane. Unfortunately, he recommended a 100-foot lane with like a 400-foot taper, which is not at all the way the state would do it. The state would probably require about a 400 to 500-foot full acceleration lane, full width, and then about a 180-foot taper. So I'm going to be making a comment back that that's not acceptable. And those are the three things. Was the signal warrant? Oh, and then the signal warrant is not in here, which is specifically asked for. So we want to see a signal warrant, even though it's more or less a paper exercise. We want a gap analysis to make sure that there are enough gaps to allow traffic to turn left. And then we want an acceleration lane that meets the state's parameters. So those are the comments that will go back. If those comments are satisfactorily responded to, then we will accept the study. But the biggest question for me is whether they can provide the left turn acceleration lane to the length that the state recommends. And I'm even willing to compromise and not require it for a 55-mile-an-hour design speed, but at least a 45, because the difference between a 45-mile design speed and a 55 is considerable. It takes about another 200 to 300 feet of acceleration lane to get up to that extra 55 speed. So I'm willing to compromise because I realize if I tried to ask for a 900-foot acceleration lane, we're going to be to the yucca signal. So, and that's not going to work.
That's not going to work.
Yeah, so I'm willing to compromise.
And two other questions that brings to my mind. One is what a lot of the, from my understanding, people who want to exit may well be doing it through the Camelot subdivision. Is that right?
That's an opportunity. If
And I know that that subdivision is at Applewood. They do want to. They really think that they are close to meeting warrants for a signal. So it's possible that with this development plus that they may meet the minimum warrants for a signal. Is that being looked at, or are you just looking at one coming from just these 18 homes?
Well, the requirement was to study the 18 homes, although the developer's engineer does make a comment. He says because the traffic coming out of this track would be less than if an acceleration lane is provided, he sees traffic from the Camelot coming over to this access because it will be easier to make a left turn. and that may or may not be
Unless there's a light at the Camelot.
Yeah, right. And so we're kind of spread, sort of going into the board direction from last week, but what we are doing at this point, as I think you're aware, is we are moving forward with looking at retrofitting medians and the trail and the extra wide bike lanes. But one of the things that Butch Britt asked me last week was, he said, if we were to study 4 locations, which ones would be the best ones to study? And if you put in another 3 or 4 signals, can you then time them as part of a coordinated signal system to make sure there are gaps and the traffic speeds are at about 45 miles an hour? All of that is possible. And I recommended to him certain intersections because I looked at the map and looked at the spacing of the signals. And if you can get a good half-mile or so spacing with the 3 that are there now, and then adding another 3 or 4, if we can get a good half-mile spacing up to Jerry Road is our limits, from Moore Park Road to Jerry Road. There's new wireless technology that I'm now using in another part of the state. I'm advising another city on how to do that. That can be used to communicate with the signals. It's a lot cheaper. And by using that technology, we may be able to set up a system that would accomplish all the goals that we want to try to get to.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
At all of that right
Especially if you can get the speed to 45 through that.
But Applewood Lane, to answer
yes.
the question, is one of the locations we're going to do a warrant study.
Right. You know, with the fact that we're going to be getting this report back to the board in 12 to 16 weeks, and they haven't got their access analysis done to your satisfaction, would it be possible to continue this until we can have that report, and it would be at the same time as the report we'll be getting back in January, February?
That's what
I would like to look at.
Planning director
so we're looking at more from a comprehensive point of view.
I can make my comments back by the end of this week as to what we would like to see addressed, and if the applicant responds back in a timely manner, we can get this issue, resolved fairly quickly.
So they have to go back and respond to comments that you're going to be making.
Yes. It is not. I mean, the way the conditions worded is that it's got to be to the satisfaction of the transportation department. Right now, we're not satisfied with it.
Right. And in addition, something's in flux. We're coming back with a study about what we're doing at the road and where a traffic signal may well be. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions of staff?
Yes, to speak to the question with respect to continuance, if that were the board's desire, that could be done. As Nazir just mentioned, the condition was structured such, this is just a tentative map that it cannot record until this was done, and that was really the intention of that condition. But of course, the board wants to, I guess, maybe take a more conservative approach and withhold action until they see that study and it has been approved by Public Works. That's obviously an option available to you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Elaine Freeman. For the record, the Nicholsons would be happy to have an added condition that they would participate in whatever the mitigation is that may come out of this study on a per lot basis, equitable to everyone else, and that could be for signalization or median on their frontage or whatever the conclusion would be. So we would suggest to the board that they just add that condition that they will continue to participate and work to the solution and be willing to incorporate whatever that improvement is into their final map, since they can't move forward on the final map anyway based on the current conditions. So that is something for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this point in time, I will close the public hearing, confine the comments to the board. And you were kind of looking like you had something. I can never tell when they start getting close to the mic whether they wish to be recognized or not. Okay, comments from board members.
I appreciate the willingness of the Nicholsons to participate in a traffic mitigation and move forward. Certainly, if it looks like a light can be put in at exiting from the Camelot division, that's got to be safer, in my mind, to make a left turn when all cars are stopped instead of risking it with a potentially shorter merging lane for left turns. I don't know if that is. I don't know if that's something appropriate to do without first getting the study back. So I'm still inclined to say let's wait for the 14 weeks or 12 to 16 weeks and get back both reports at the same time, and maybe then we'll have the study to know that we can coordinate and get that signal in there, which I think would be one appropriate mitigation. They're also looking at, putting in a separated equestrian pedestrian side path along Santa Rosa Road, so that might be part of it too.
Okay.
That works for me.
She didn't make it as a motion, stated as a motion. Since I represented the Santa Rosa Valley for quite some time, and this project has been around for quite some time and has changed considerably over the years, especially when you consider it went from potentially 1-acre lots to where it is now. It seems to me that the way the conditions are written, and certainly if the applicant has agreed to have a condition added to participate on a fair share basis with any mitigation, that it would be only fair at this point in time. The Santa Rosa Valley Association supported this a few years ago when it came up, and has shown up again today to support. So given that it's a tentative and would allow some things to move forward, but certainly the final could not be recorded until all of the issues are met, I would prefer to accept the offer of the further traffic mitigation, all of the conditions that were given from the Planning Commission, and go ahead and move forward with this. It's been an inordinate amount of time. It's a much better project, and certainly given the fact that the Santa Rosa Valley Community Association is supportive, and the applicant did voluntarily meet the trail needs, and I know the trails have been a big issue, and we'll see if that other one's really dead yet. But I think it would be the prudent thing to do, the right thing to do would be to move forward, accept the offer of the further mitigation, and then bring the report back once our traffic people are happy with it, and we will see all of that in the final map, at that point in time. So I'm perfectly comfortable to move forward. I think there's been, who was it who said it was studied to death? I think it's a good plan, and I certainly believe that the applicants have gone a long way to please the rest of the community, and the problems that are left out there can be solved. So that would be where I would be coming from, and I wouldn't support a continuance at this time because I don't see that it's necessary, and some things can move forward with a tentative. Nothing can move forward till they get there.
That's the question I have. What would be held up that could be accomplished? And 14 to 16 weeks just seems like it is a long time. If there's some things, if this is in fact tentative and the final comes back to us, what could be accomplished in that 14 to 16 weeks? That time is money often when you're holding property. I would try to understand that. And I appreciate the supervisor's lead on having the analysis complete and making sure that the safety issues are addressed, and with the applicant's offer to comply with the recommended actions that would come out of that analysis, certainly in sync with the supervisor's oversight of it. That's my question. 14 to 16 weeks seems like a long time.
What the staff had indicated, they would come back with that Santa Rosa Road report in 12 to 16 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And that road report's going to look at things like putting in the side paths for equestrian pedestrians, looking at intersections for traffic signals. And I know that the Santa Rosa Community Association also requested that a traffic signal be placed at the side of the Camelot development, which would aid certainly the residents exiting from this development. And then that isn't being considered. Right now we're looking at one track of just in and of itself, how do we get out onto the road, and whether we want to be making long left turn, merge lanes. And I think if we look at the whole picture, we're going to end up with a better result, as well as besides having the comprehensive approach, I think we're also allowing for the assistance in the implementation of the Santa Rosa Road study that we want to have done, the implementation of it. So I'm just looking at it will make for a better project. I think it could come back as a final track map too. It doesn't. I don't know if there's anything, since they're going to have to wait to get to that final track map point anyway. This isn't the final, so that could come back, and I don't see that would necessarily take any much more time than what the process would allow anyway. But it would allow us to have the report back and have it be coordinated with the other report we're getting on Santa Rosa Road. I mean, I would love to see a traffic signal, and I could say right now, sure, let's condition it and make sure that a traffic signal is part of the conditions of this development, but I don't know if that's appropriate without first having the study done. So we don't know what the mitigation is going to be until we have that study.
No, and I understand what you're saying, but I understood you to say you wanted to continue this and for the study, and what I'm saying is to approve the tentative conditioned on the study. So I don't, I don't see the difference other than one, they don't even have a tentative to start moving forward with other issues on. They're certainly not going to start development because they don't even have a final. So I think we're both saying the same thing, only I'm saying after all these years, give them the latitude of having the tentative conditioned upon the report back, and we'll get the full report back long before the final would come, and that report, they would then have a chance to look at the report we're going to look at and make that part of their final map. So I'm just saying I think we could go ahead and move forward and not continue it any longer, and we're going to end up in the same spot.
And I'm just to move things along, I would like to just make a motion and that they bring back that the conditions are put together with the final track map, and that come back with us so they can move forward with the tentative. But we can't make the conditions for the final track map until we have the studies, both studies. So that would be the motion.
If I could ask a question?
Certainly.
Need to ask a question about that. That motion would then assume that we accept the first recommendation, which is that the review and consider the previously approved negative declaration and that no subsequent or supplemental EIR. We'd have to accept that to do the tentative. I'm going to ask staff this to clarify. Do we have to accept recommendation 1 before we can accept the motion of Supervisor Parks?
Okay. I think we need a little bit more help with the question. You want to know if you can move to number 2 without...
No, if we can move to... Supervisor Parks just made a motion for the benefit of everybody. You want to make it again, Supervisor Parks?
The motion would be they can go forward with the tentative track map, but the final track map actually has to come back with the coordinated studies at the same time.
Okay, the opportunity to add conditions at the final map does not exist. I mean, once you have a tentatively approved map, you have all of, laid out in front of you all the things that you have to do in order to be able to record your map. And when those are all accomplished, then it's actually the surveyor, Public Works Agency, who brings the map for its final okay, and the board just says, yep, all of those conditions have now been met. It's not an opportunity to be able to add new conditions. But as was mentioned, what do they gain by having a tentatively approved map now is that they can start forward towards spending the huge amounts of money that are going to be required to make a final map work. I mean, there's lots of prior to recordation conditions in there. And if one of the prior to recordation conditions is that the recommendations ultimately adopted by the board for Santa Rosa Road be integrated into their final map to the extent that they have offered to participate, that can certainly be done. But there's not an opportunity at the final to add new conditions.
Okay, and since I'm
then
asking
I would change that motion then. I didn't understand that conditions couldn't be added at the final track map stage.
Okay. And well, then I don't have to ask the other question if you're changing your motion. Right? Let me just offer my perspective right here. Quality of life is a big issue, and so I really appreciate the comments about the horse trail will improve the quality of life for the residents in the Santa Rosa Valley. I asked a question of Mr. Burley about the logic on the road, and I appreciate that logic. That a lot of it's, I mean, it's the commuter traffic that is causing the problem. but it's not logic that I could accept in October of 2002. It's not logic I accept now. You have a road that is impacted. I don't think you can just turn around and say, well, it's not really impacted. It's the road is impacted, the road's not impacted. I think it's, in my mind, it's just not consistent for us. And I was the lone vote saying, no, I don't think it's consistent for us to say that this road isn't impacted. Regardless of whose fault it is, bottom line is this road is impacted. So at best, I would support just the continuance of this item for 12 to 14 weeks. That's the best that I could do, because I will have trouble with item 1 until I get some new information that makes me think there's something different going on with the road than there is now. Right now, the only new information I have is that the intersection at Moore Park Road and Santa Rosa Road is worse even than it was a year ago. So that's the only thing that I would support is just a straight continuation. Perhaps new information to show up with the road at that point, but if not.
Can I put that back on the floor then? Then the tentative map come back in the period of time that the Public Works is looking at coming back with Santa Rosa Road Improvement Report, which is 12 to 16 weeks. And by that time that we have the comments back from the analysis, and that they meet hopefully the requirements that the traffic engineer needs for this development, and it will be coordinated then.
So essentially, your motion is just to continue this whole item.
Right. And
more or less time.
And that by then we'll have the gap analysis that this development is required to do, and the left turn acceleration lane issue, and in comparison with whether we can get a light in at Camelot, and if so, what the mitigation can be for that development, so that we can accommodate what we're looking at trying to do with Santa Rosa Road.
So I think the motion is to continue this whole item when this item comes back, it comes back with all these other things that you listed. I'll second that motion.
Clarification on the motion. I heard 14 to 16 weeks. Are you saying, I don't want this to fall into Never Never Land. This is my problem. And it's been in Never Never Land for like 12 years now. I don't want, there's got to be a hook that brings this back so that the applicant knows that once the studies are in, if they've complied, that they can get this back at that time and not then start another clock that's 57 years down the road.
Yeah, the traffic engineering department said January, February, then they said they'd kind of like it to be February, and that's where I got 12 to 16 weeks. We're in November, so November, December, and January would be 3 months. So somewhere in that period of time between January and February, traffic engineering department's going to be here with the Santa Rosa Road study, and we can have this done at the same time, and it will be coordinated. So it's not going to Never Never Land. It's specific to a study that we have told to come back by February at latest.
There is a motion and a second. Is there any further? Yes, sir?
In the last, I guess, month or maybe more, I've received about 100 or maybe 150 emails from Santa Rosa Valley about the problems with the traffic, and lots of people came last week. So I think I will support the motion. I think that it's one that moves with caution. I think that's what we ought to do.
Okay, further comment. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Aye. Okay, we're done for the day, except we have to go back to closed session. We're getting to be like a rubber band in closed session. We come in, we go out, we come in. Thank you all. We will adjourn from closed session. There'll be no further announcements or business before the board until next Tuesday. Drive safely.